Welcome. Oh, there's lots of familiar faces. That's lovely. Right. So I'm anticipating that some more people will join because apparently there's about 25 signed up. So we're all a bit in slow time, maybe. So yeah, really lovely to see you. And maybe as we're waiting for people to join, or seeing if more people join, we can just already start with just grounding our body. So this will just be very short grounding. But the moment of arrival is a really precious moment actually for me, of like, okay, can I just notice that I'm here, the contact with the earth, maybe the transition from movement into a more still posture. And feeling how we can be carrying those energies of movement, and there's no problem with that. We can just let them arrive and settle. Maybe attuning also to the sense of connectedness with others as we're all arriving here in this space. Coming together to meditate and explore teachings together over the weekend. And maybe attuning to the supportiveness of that shared intention. So each one of us is showing up here in our own being, and in doing that, we're supporting each other also. We're just allowing ourselves to arrive. Noticing our listening, our presence, and our intention for these days. So, welcome. So, as I say, really lovely to see you here, people I know and also people I don't know. So maybe I'll just start with introducing myself, and then actually I thought we could just take a few minutes for everybody to say their name and where they are, and if you want, what your kind of what your interest is in coming to these days around the theme of coming to our senses. So, because it's a really nice way of also putting our voice into the circle and connecting together, because especially on Zoom, it's also like we're all these little screens, and Zoom can be a really actually Zoom retreats can be really powerful, but it's maybe good to bring our voices in as well as our images. So I'll start, and I'm Sumedha, and as as quite a few of you know, I'm one of the core teachers with Sacred Mountain Sangha, and I feel really blessed in that. I'm in France, in the foothills of the Pyrenees. And I really love this theme of coming to our senses, because like for myself, when I came to practice, I was quite disembodied, and it's been a whole kind of unfolding journey of like, oh, we can actually be present in our senses, and that can be a real nourishment and grounding, and bring a whole different way of being in our practice. So this is something that I really love to explore. And also the connectedness with nature, the sense of tuning into, as a human being, recognizing we're part of a much bigger, more than human world, and we can give ourselves back into that somehow. So maybe I'll just say a little bit about the structure of the retreat. And I appreciate people saying, you know, you may be coming and going. And obviously this is a Zoom retreat, so you're all in your home environment. And I think this kind of retreat can actually be really, really helpful for integration of practice. So like if we all come to a retreat environment, obviously that has a huge benefit in that the conditions are set up to be supportive. There's usually people cooking for us, you know, and ringing bells, and you know, you kind of can go into a different mode of being quite easily sometimes, or it may be challenging. But in the home environment, it can really ask us to tune in deeply in the moments that we can be here with the teachings. And then to bring, keep dropping in a continuity of reminders to ourselves as we're engaging in our daily things, or going for lunch, or, you know, it can be just a really reminder to hold a certain quality of presence within ourselves, and that can be a very good practice, I find. So because sometimes it can turn into this thing of like, when I go on retreat and then I drop it all, and you know, then I wait till the next retreat. And Ajahn Chah apparently used to joke about that. You know, he'd say, you know, it was something about going to court, and it's like you wait till you're like really suffering, and then you go on a retreat. You think it's going to be sorted out, and then you go back to your old habits, and then you go on retreat again, you know. And so it's a kind of very polarized, kind of schizophrenic kind of existence. And that actually we can keep bringing a quality of presence, a quality of listening, a quality of heart, and making a retreat for ourselves in the conditions we're in. So which means not being too tight also. It means like that focus and yet not being too tight. How can I stay present in a way that is also kind to myself and is allowing me to engage in a situation? So that's actually very attuned to the theme of the retreat. So just an encouragement in that. In what we're going to be exploring, I do want to explore the fire sermon and why the senses get named in this way, and sometimes why they get a bad rap. You know, it's a bit, oh, well, so you just stay away from them. It's like they're really dangerous, just get away from them. And the fire sermon gives a very powerful message, I think, that it's good to look into. So I'll be doing that today, looking into more why I think the fire sermon talks like that and what is justified in it. But for me, the difficulty in just coming away from the senses is we can get into a certain level of like bypassing, and also miss out a huge part of our resourcing. So this is partly why I wanted to bring this theme, is that the senses can really be a focus of greed, hatred, and delusion. They really, really can. And in Buddhism, there are the 6 senses. So there's eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. The mind is the 6th sense. So I think that's, as Michael was saying, that's a very interesting thing to start to look into. And they can be burning, which I'll talk more about. And yet there's also reminders in the teaching to come back to ground, to come back to in simplicity, a spaciousness with our senses. That I feel once we start to tune into that, that invites us into a whole other level of presence and practice of embodiment, because it opens up a responsiveness in ourselves, a resourcefulness in ourselves that isn't there if we just avoid the senses. So that's the rough trajectory of the retreat. And in this, we'll be doing chanting practice. We'll do guided meditations. I'll give some reflections, and there'll also be opportunities for you to share and questions and things. So, and about halfway through each session, there'll be a bio break. But if you need to go off before then please feel welcome. And just to say as well that I do live off grid, so my internet is pretty reliable, but if I disappear, I will come back very quickly. So apologies in advance if that happens. I live in the forest, so I'm pretty lucky to have internet at all. So yeah, all right. So maybe let's have a guided meditation now. So and this will be quite simple. And I really want to leave space for you to explore how you're attuning into your body as well. So what I'm going to be saying are just indications, encouragements, but my main encouragement is to maybe take the indication and really feel into your own being without being too tight or too demanding about it. What is resonant? So again, as we were gathering at the beginning of the session, really just allowing ourselves very simply to arrive here. And what helps us to know that our body is here. And very often, as some people have mentioned, very importantly, sometimes there are difficulty coming into the body. There's there are maybe different things happening or different things held in our body that give good reason to not access or make it difficult to access. But what happens if we very lovingly and gently just feel into where can I feel some steadiness or some warmth or some safety in some part of my body. And this might need a gentleness of attention. That is already inviting us out of our habits. So for myself, as Carolyn mentioned, the soles of the feet on the floor can be very helpful. And the hands on legs. Really feeling out each one for ourselves. Where is there some place, some contact with our body or in our body that can be somewhat steady and safe? Noticing the tone of our attention as we explore, so we're not demanding, we're not forcing, we're taking an interest, a loving interest. Noticing it may be helpful to feel the weight of our body as it invites us down towards the earth. Feeling where our body is in contact with the earth. It might be our bottom on the chair, legs on the ground, or maybe we're lying down, it's the back held by the earth. Just the slowness and the steadiness and the holding of this contact. The way that we are always actually received and supported by this earth that is holding and nourishing us in this moment. And if our body has large parts that feel unsafe, or if our mind is very restless, not judging that, not criticizing, but noticing we can also guide and invite our attention to just somewhere that feels a little more connection, a little more safe, a little more steady. If it's helpful to just stay with one point of contact, that's really fine. If you feel, say, the hands on your legs feel really safe, then you're fine to stay there if that's what feels resonant. Or if you want to explore, you can explore also how you're holding your body. Is your posture crumpled up in some way? Maybe your spine can lengthen or your chest can open. You can allow a deeper breath. As we feel our steadiness establish itself a little, in contact with the earth, some safety or steadiness. If this is enough, we can just rest here. There's something also very powerful about inviting our mind to rest a little and giving it some places, some anchors where it can do that. It can feel very difficult if our mind is distressed or restless. And there's distress in our body. Sometimes it's difficult to notice. The places that might feel safe. And this is why I suggest sometimes taking contact that's quite simple, the soles of the feet, or we can consciously press our fingertips together, for instance. Feel the simple warmth. Welcomingness in contact. The steadying. If we want to, we might want to just sense into the space also around our body. Often when our mind is very busy or we're being pulled by a desire or pushed away by an aversion, we don't notice the spaciousness that is here for us. We get caught in the pushes and pulls, or the distress, all of which may need a space of listening. But we need to access that space to listen well, access a ground to listen well. Start by finding a simple, steady, connected contact. Say through the soles of the feet or wherever is resonant. And now we can consciously start to notice the space around our body. A space that is allowing us to breathe. It allows us, welcomes as we move. That doesn't judge, that doesn't push or pull. We tune into that sense of open spaciousness. So physically here for our being. Maybe we can let ourselves relax and open and rest. Also with that sense of space. Up, in front, behind. This can really remind us we don't have to rush or push or pull or judge what's happening within us. And leave room for it and choose to ground and rest. We can even use our thinking mind, if it's very busy, to help us to imagine that maybe we're like a tree sending roots down into the earth. And that we have the space around us to settle and grow, expand, as is natural for our life force. Or to rest, as is also natural. Just as a tree is alive with sap, vibrating, growing, changing. Maybe within ourselves we'd like to tune into our own rhythm. So Same with the breath. Especially if there's agitation, it can really be helpful to tune back into the very, just the rhythmicness of the breath. If this isn't helpful, then come back to wherever in the body has felt some safety. If the breath feels agitated or your attention tightens, you don't have to push. Just feel out where we can find some steadiness, some settling, even a little. With this gentleness and lovingness of attention. Be quiet for the next few minutes and just really feeling out within ourselves what feels most resonant in terms of finding some way of coming into our body, feeling some steadiness, connectedness with the earth, with the space, with rhythm. With our listening. As we start to come to the end of the meditation, the formal meditation, sensing into and recognizing anything that has been resonant and that you can bring with you to help you to stay grounded as we start to maybe engage with our voice or in different ways. That we can stay grounded in a certain way, stay listening, stay spacious. And if the meditation has been difficult, just really being very gentle and non-pushing about that. Sometimes this is a delicate and I don't want to say long. It can be a journey that takes time, that needs our care, our patience, our interest, and our lovingness. And we're starting really here at this moment. Some of the journey behind us. Really coming in where we are and celebrating that, even if it doesn't feel easy. Just the interest, the intention is worthy of honor and will bring will grow in its own way like a plant. And Ajahn Chah said, we are standing over our practice, demanding it to grow and grow. It's like standing over a chili plant. And the plant has its own life. And we're nourishing, taking care of, and taking an interest in that growth. When we're ready, we can open our eyes, maybe move our body, feel the ground. Stretch. So from this ground of really touching into our body, touching into the earth, the connectedness that we're part of, I want to propose that we do some chanting. So many of you are familiar with the chants that we often do with SMS, and chanting can be a really lovely practice also for bringing the vibrations of sound, which can be very healing, and also the words of the chants through our being. So it can also, it's a very different way of taking in the teachings, or like through vibration and through part of our being that isn't so taking it all in through the thinking mind. It's another embodied way of taking in the chanting, taking in the teachings. So I'll share the chanting book, and if you wish to join, please do join in. And if they're unfamiliar to you, you're welcome to just feel the resonance, or to join in, because we're all in our own little homes, and so we can't hear each other either. And And actually, I actually learned a lot of the teachings via chanting. So it goes in very, very deeply. So the fire sermon, we used to chant it in the monastery, and it's a really powerful way of starting to access some of the deep roots of the teachings as they're passed on. So let me find share screen. Sorry, I just have to adjust the sound for this so that it works. There we go. Can you see that? Yeah, great. And if chanting is something that doesn't feel resonant for you, then you are welcome to just listen and then dive in when you feel like it. So but let's start with the refuges and precepts, which can also, given that we're going to be practicing together over 2 days, it's really helpful to create as much safety as we can in the space that we're in. So obviously we're not in control of all conditions, but we can create some safety just in how we're wishing to attune our own heart also. So this is aligning with the qualities of Buddha, that which is awake, honoring the historical Buddha, aligning with the teachings or nature, aligning with Sangha or community, including deep community for me of the deep life force that we're part of, as well as the more obvious level of community. So just to say that these chants are things also that it's really good to practice in your own time, especially like in a like a weekend retreat like this. If chanting is something you find helpful and resonant, then it's something we can really do as a way of anchoring and nourishing our heart. So also outside of the times in which we're doing it together. So yeah, one time I was in hospital when I was a novice, and I decided that it'd be really helpful for me to tune into what everybody in the monastery was doing. So I'd kind of leap out of bed at before 5 a.m., 5 a.m., and do the chanting, much to the surprise of the the nurses and medical staff where I was. But it was actually really, really, really helpful, because it was like that sense of attuning within my own heart and attuning also to a larger body of teachings and of Sangha. And yeah, there I was like consciously doing it at the same time, but there's always someone doing these chants somewhere over the world, and there has been over millennia. So we're tuning into that ocean, that body, so which is a larger body for us, that helps us to come into our own being as well. So just to say that. Okay, so I'll give a few reflections, but before I do, if you want to stand up and shake or do anything that's going to help you to come into your body and be present for the next 40 minutes or so, then like in retreats that I do, I really like to do movement. So like standing, shaking, you can do rotations of like maybe your wrists or your ankles. So all of this helps us to maybe just loosen up a bit our habitual, okay, well, I'll just sit here, and can help us to feel into different parts of our body. So whatever is helpful for you, if you want to stretch, or you can turn like this, feel your spinal column. Whatever's good for you, being careful, of course, to not injure yourself in any way. So I also like to do head rotations, but very gently with the neck. Really being careful with our body and listening. So just doing what you need to do. And when you're ready, going to sitting position again. Or the lying position. Thank you, Lily. That's a really great example. The Buddha talked about 4 postures of meditation. So sitting, standing, walking, and lying down. And what I really like about that is the reminder that we can be present in all positions, in all aspects of our life. So there isn't a clutting up of things. There's this encouragement of really bringing into presence where we are. And I think as we attune in our listening, we start to attune to which posture is actually going to be really supportive for us to stay present. So please feel free to choose the posture that is helpful for you. So yeah, if we're really needing it, well, we can feel into it. So yeah, great. So this retreat is called Coming to Our Senses, and as Michael pointed out, in Buddhism, I find it very interesting that there are 6 senses. So eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. And as we'll discover with the fire sermon, and as we may know in ourselves already, all of those senses, they can be like, because we receive pleasant and unpleasant sensation, we then want or don't want that, basically. And so we can get really carried away in those stories. But one thing that I particularly want to say about including the mind as a sense that has helped me is that we can often be extremely judgmental towards ourselves about our thinking minds. So I've heard so many people say they can't meditate because they can't stop thinking. And I feel so grateful to one of my teachers, Ajahn Sumedha. He was just like, well, awareness is big enough for everything. Thoughts arise and cease as everything else does, So he didn't make a big deal about the thinking, and yet we need to learn, obviously, to relate to it skillfully. But he said, which I find very helpful, just as the eye sees and the ear hears, the mind thinks. So there's a certain level of our mind which it's just its natural capacity is to think, and that can be very forgiving. And it's like, oh, maybe I don't have to set myself this impossible task. He would say, try not to think pink elephant. And it's like, what do you think? You think pink elephant. So it's like, we have to have a certain level of realism with ourselves. And so this sense of including and recognizing the mind, the thinking mind as a sense, is for me extremely helpful, because it's like we never think, why is my eye seeing something? It's more like we need that capacity, and similarly we need our thinking mind for certain things. If I hadn't been thinking about today, I could probably give an intuitive Dharma talk, but it's helpful to be able to think about things, to reflect about things, so we can use our thinking mind in a skillful way. And a bit like in a meditation, we can use our thinking mind it can either be very distracted, or we can bring it in with a mantra or with an image, and it can become something that we're actually using it to support us. So just to say that about including at least the thinking mind as one of the senses. So, and that, yeah, there's the fire sermon, so which it's lovely that so many of you are familiar with it. And just for those of you who aren't, I'll read the section that we included in the introduction to this retreat. As it is recorded, the fire sermon says, "Bhikkhus, all is burning. And what is the all that is burning? The I is burning, forms are burning. I consciousness is burning, eye contact is burning. Also, whatever is felt as pleasant or painful, or neither painful nor pleasant, that arises with eye contact for its indispensable condition, that too is burning. Burning with what? Burning with the fire of lust, with the fire of hate, with the fire of delusion." So, and the quote that is very often taken for the fire sermon says that the eye is burning, the ears are burning, the nose is burning, the tongue is burning, the body is burning, the mind is burning. Burning with what? Burning with the fires of greed, hatred, and delusion. And it's like, wow, okay. Then that's a pretty strong message. And we would sit, sometimes at midnight chanting this all together when your consciousness is pretty porous at midnight. It's it's a really, really powerful message. And I think it is one that, as many of you have picked up on, has a right and just warning in it. So for me, when we are not truly present with our senses, then it's like there's a division with reality, and we try and we don't want, we add onto the experience in a very unconscious way. And so we push away or ignore what the actual reality is of being with our senses, because they just become doorways that are like either a doorway onto wanting the next thing, or a doorway onto wanting to get away from something, or a doorway that is blocked by ignorance. We simply don't recognize the reality of what we're experiencing. And we can see this very clearly in our relationship with our bodies, in our relationships with aging, in our relationships with getting sick, in our relationship with dying. It's like we don't actually want. It's very difficult to be here with these experiences, and so it's much easier to just push them away. But when we push them away, we generally create all sorts of other conditions that are then painful or destructive in some other way, harmful in some other way. So I had quite a very interesting moment with this when I was visiting somebody who I really love, they were really struggling with aging, and I can really have I can understand that. I'm like, 50, how did I get to 50? It's like right, so we can have this kind of, this is an odd experience, isn't it? But they were really struggling also with the physical aspect, and not health, but like wrinkles and hair loss and stuff. And so they were buying all these products that had it had fetal tissue in the creams, and it has all sorts of kind of stuff in there, which actually, when I was thinking about, which is more harmful, actually, like really coming to meet the sense of our vulnerability, our agingness, or this constant pushing it away, putting it off, and all of the products we then create and consume, and through our denial, that then has a very harmful effect, maybe on our own body, but also in the larger world that we're part of. So it was quite a mirror to me, actually, at that moment. And Bhikkhu Bodhi, I've spoken about this article before that of his that has very powerfully affected me also, called Moving from a Culture of Death to a Culture of Life. So he talks about how our relationship with life, as is described in the fire sermon, actually has become one way where we are simply consuming or pushing away. So he talks about the objectification of life in a very in a way that I think is very perceptive. So how we're basically using everything. Everything has become an object of consumption, whether it be the earth, natural resources, other people, animals. That we've moved into this space where we're so out of touch with the actual reality of our embodied being and our shared embodied being, that we're capable of consuming and using in a way that is utterly blind, and for me, utterly filled with greed, hatred, and delusion. So that for me, at this point, the fire sermon is extremely apt and very incredible that the Buddha had this insight 2,500 years ago. And it's very interesting that Bhikkhu Bodhi, in that same article, he talks about coming back to an experience of deep subjectivity. So there's the possibility of this objectification where we're just using, consuming, driven by greed or driven by aversion, or also very importantly, driven by the ignorance which doesn't attune in any kind of living way to the fact we're part of a shared field of life. And so we harm, we take, we abuse, we oppress, and we don't notice, or we don't want to notice. And so that spinning of the cycle, including the thinking mind, which can justify all of this endlessly, because we're so out of touch. And Bhikkhu Bodhi talks about a way of undercutting that, which is coming back to us a subjective experience, an experience really of the aliveness of the field that we're in, that has connection, that has empathy, that has respect, which would be an entirely different use of our senses. And is happening also. But for me, it's this dance between, I really see the fire sermon has a very just warning in it. And it's interesting that in the article, Bhikkhu Bodhi talks about objectification, because in another article by Thanissaro Bhikkhu on this term, papancha, so it's like, imagine we're coming to our senses, and as soon as we touch, say, a sight, what happens is we spin off into an imagination or a desire or a not wanting. It's like if I look here in front of me and I see that tree and I start forming all sorts of opinions about it, and do I want it to be there or don't I want it to be there, and is it going to fall on the house, and no. It's like I've gone off in a loop and I've objectified it. It's like I'm not actually really in connection with that tree, with the tree in itself, with maybe the reality. Is there a danger? Isn't there a danger? I've gone off into a story. And Bhikkhu Bodhi and Thanissaro Bhikkhu, when he's talking about papancha, which is that process of spinning, of proliferating, of touching into something and immediately springing off into a whole thought realm and imaginal realm, and all the results that come from that. He talks about papancha as objectification as well, where we're no longer really in the present moment of what our experience is. We've immediately sprung off into something, and it can be extremely active through our senses. And greed, hatred, delusion. So greed, that which is always wanting more. It's like, do we recognize this? And it's not satisfying. That's the thing. It's not actually satisfying because it's ungrounded. So Ajahn Sumedha, again, he used to say anything that is nice. He was like, so maybe you're dreaming about like ice cream. He was like, if you have to eat 20 liters of ice cream, you're not going to want it anymore. It's like, so, it's like there's the desire, there's the imagined, and then there's the reality. And we're generally out of touch with the reality when we're in the force of greed. Or aversion, we don't want something, we don't want something. Actually, sometimes things that we don't want or that are unpleasant, they're not actually bad for us. There's a learning process there. So we're bypassing if we're just caught in the aversion. Or ignorance, very importantly, ignorance for me is the place where we're just not in touch at all. We're ignoring the possibility of what may be in front of us. We're not willing to contact, we're not willing to contemplate, we're not willing to touch into a shared life force and a sense of empathy or feeling. And I think this operates very strongly in our world where where there's a lot of violence and we look away. Or say like the animal I've got the French word élevage, like industrial farming, so and we just don't want to look at it because if we look at it, it's too painful. So we just put it aside and carry on with our little lives. So we need to have the courage to stop and pause and hold the senses for me, hold them so we start to see where the forces are going off into, I just want more greed, or I want to get away from aversion, or I just can't bear this, I don't want, or it doesn't even register. It's not, it's not important to me, it doesn't affect my life, so it doesn't register. Which is like a very privileged position to take. So and I found a really interesting interpretation of greed by a Greek philosopher who apparently is called Democritus. And he said, this is greed, desire to speak all and listen to nothing, which is extremely resonant for me. It's that sense of like, I just want to have my will. And I want to interpret things as I want to interpret them. And I don't want to listen. I don't want to open out into a larger field. I don't really want to be in contact. So I think these are all really useful areas to contemplate. And this is often how we relate to our bodies, our own bodies also. So our minds have become dominant, say, we should be like this, we shouldn't be like that. We deny aging, we deny our vulnerability, we deny each other's vulnerability. And we want maybe our body to be a certain way, like it to feel acceptable. It should be bigger or smaller or different in some way. And all of these are just society's ideas. But if we're not in touch with our body, with our actual lived experience, we can really accumulate and start to, we just use and consume our own body in the same disconnected way. And so in this way, the mind becomes kind of untethered for me, and not in a wholesome way. So there's a very beautiful image of Nibbana where it calls, there's a book called The Mind Like Fire, Fire Unbound. So there's that sense of unbinding and liberating. But for me, if we are disconnected from our embodied and sense realm and disconnected from the capacity to come into the present as a felt and known experience, embodied experience, then there can be an unbinding, which is really unwholesome, which then leads to bypassing. It leads to a spiritual bypassing, so thinking we're more spiritually advanced than we are, denial, of issues that are arising within us or harm that we're causing ourselves or others. We're not listening, essentially. We're not able to sense. And so things can get really out of whack. It's, you know, it's like, it might be inspiring to think of the mind unbound in that way, but if we're unbound from our natural condition, for me, it's not freedom. It's like, can be a path to like grandiosity, it can be a path to domination, it can be a path to oppression also. Whereas it's said very clearly in the Buddhist teachings, you know, that a true renunciate does not oppress another. You know, so this isn't a path for me to follow. And we can see like the path of domination, of disconnection, of oppression, we can see it really alive in our world now, can't we? We can really see it. With like the climate crisis, with the different war zones and the genocide in Gaza, we can really see the way that we use animals, the way we use the planet. I just really think, you know, and our incapacity to put on the brakes. It's like we really need to start to listen to these teachings and start to get underneath. And how do we come to an embodied presence? And the fire sermon is warning about this, and it is pretty terrifying, actually. And even Buddhist teachings can be, you know, where everything is filtered. Everything is filtered, and the Buddhist teachings are really beautiful. It's a body of teachings I'm deeply, like deeply grateful for. And I've also had to learn to listen in a way that is like, actually bear in mind that a lot of the Buddhist systems are quite patriarchal. The teachings have been handed down often by men over centuries, and nothing at all against men, nothing at all against that, but just that there might be a particular take on teachings. And so Tenzin Palmo wrote, and unfortunately I couldn't find the quote, but Tenzin Palmo wrote about the practice of, say, contemplation of the 32 parts of the body, which is a classic contemplation, which we used to do in the monastery, where it's like you contemplate your liver, your bile, your phlegm, your excrement, your urine, the 32, like, you know, all the unattractive parts of the body. That is basically, it was as Tenzin Palmo is saying, it was a meditation on the compounded nature of our existence. And then as time went on, you know, the people made posters of these, you know, kind of this practice to help visualize the practice. And just by chance, it was always a woman who was decomposing. It's always a decomposing woman in the in the pictures of the, you know, the 32 parts and the decomposition. And it's like, and it can start to turn into a thing where it's like, well actually, there's something wrong with the female body, whereas actually it's not to do with that. It's to do with just the compounded nature of every single body on this planet. And there's no willful turning of those teachings. It's just that as we're conditioned, we tend to filter things and present them in certain ways. And I think each one of us needs to be vigilant about how we are filtering, and also allow ourselves to tune into teachings in a way that feels really authentic. So this is part of coming to our senses. So for me, actually, it was like, I didn't really think about this when I was seeing all these posters of women's bodies decomposing. And then I was suddenly like, hang on a minute. This isn't making me feel really good about myself, you know, and not in a sense of ultimately I'm compounded. I can actually quite like that. But as a relative conditioned female body, this is not making me feel good about myself, you know. And it's so we can just we can give ourselves permission to tune into teachings in a way that is authentic. This is part of our own wisdom coming through. So, and I want to say again, I have a profound respect for the teachings. It's just we need to be attuned in how we're listening, open, alert in how we're listening, investigating in how we're listening, which is how the Buddha encouraged it. So, so saying all of that about the fire Solomon and this potential to disconnect from our embodied experience in a way that it opens the door very strongly to greed, hatred, and delusion. I would say that, like, if we just distance ourselves from our senses, our field of perception can change. And we can maybe tune into a sense of spaciousness, a sense of mystery, things that can be helpful for us. But in terms of long-term benefit and long-term welfare, which the Buddha talked about, and a deep liberation, I would question whether just distancing ourselves from our senses really brings us into the kind of freedom and integrated freedom that the Buddha was talking about. Or whether that path of freedom comes rather in learning to relate in a more wholesome and humble way, in a listening way, to how we are holding our senses. And so, as it was said in the introduction to this retreat, that with careful and loving attention, I really do feel our senses can become doorways through which we can honor life more clearly. They don't have to be hijacked by greed, hatred, and delusion. And we can actually start to unseat those delusions, unseat greed, unseat hatred, unseat the ignorance that is helping us to just distance ourselves from everything. And that this in turn, like, transforms our practice, transforms our being. And it's not easy, which is why it's kind of sometimes easier to just hold the senses out on a limb. As we come into our body, as I'm sure many of you know, we can hit bodily memories, our own or ancestral. We can hit trauma. There are reasons why we don't always come back to our body. And this may need like additional support, therapy or movement, or I've spent a lot of time doing physical work, which really helps me to stay grounded in my body, to deal with different energies that are coming through. Often with the earth. I love ecological building and also plants and, and all of that. And different people's bodies may need different things. So I was just listening to a really powerful interview with a Palestinian journalist and therapist, Ashira Darwish, and she was saying that in context of ongoing trauma and in experiences of kind of oppression, that maybe different things are needed to hold. And each one of us, whatever life situation we're in, we're going to need to tune into how do we really come into our bodies. So I do yoga regularly. I've had times where I've really needed to, on a very simple level, just like soothe the body, with warmth or taking care or lying on the earth, or it's like we can, if depending on how safe it feels, for some people it may be really easy to come into their bodies with a clear openness, and for others of us it may be delicate, it may need gentleness, it may need time, it may need experimentation, it may need support. And as we're coming into our own embodiment, we can also be invoking all those forces of support that are both within us, like our body's actually amazing, in terms of their resilience and their rhythm and their everything they can give us. Ancestral support, elemental support, archetypal support. We can be doing chanting that is calling in the bodhisattvas. So it's actually a whole field of resources that comes as we start to attune more clearly to our senses. And we're coming into our own truth as well. So when we're not in that burning mode of always going out or always recoiling from or just ignoring, we're coming into a sense of truthfulness and authenticity in our own being. And there's a really beautiful line that used to really encourage me in some of the protection chants of, by the virtue of this truth, ever in safety may you be. So just as we know we're listening, by the virtue of this truth, may there be safety. So, and I'll stop soon, but just to say there's ample precedent for this invitation to come back into our senses in the teachings. So the Buddha spent 7 days under the Bodhi tree. He went to the extremes of, bodily mortification and came back to nourishing his body. He taught the body as the first foundation of mindfulness. He also taught the Noble Eightfold Path as a path, the path to the ending of suffering. So the Noble Eightfold Path, so right livelihood, right effort, right action, right speech, all our embodied capacities. And he gave this lovely teaching, the Bahia Sutta, which many of you know of, which is a very different model that says, so Bahia was, I don't know if he was a merchant, but anyway, he wanted to ask the Buddha a question, and the Buddha was on arm's round. And he was like, not now. And Bahia asked 3 times. And so the Buddha answered him. And yeah, he was asking for teaching. And he said, in the scene, let there be just the scene. So let it land. In the herd, let there be just the herd. And so on through the senses until in the cognized, let there be just the cognized. And so it's this sense of our sense organs, a sense contact can land and it can pause. There can be this openness, clarity, spaciousness before all those hooks get in there, wanting more, wanting to get away from, let's ignore it. It's like, we receive, we open. And in that pausing, there's a very, very key moment, this point of contact, before we spin, where we can actually really tune into the truth of how it is to be here, and we can respond more clearly. And it's very, very affirming also, say, in another teaching where, which I really love, so the teaching of the 33 synonyms for Nibbana, where the Buddha talks about all these very high, kind of seemingly very, very elevated states. So I will teach you the taintless and the path leading to the taintless. Listen to that. I will teach you the truth. And the path leading to the truth, the far shore, the subtle, the very difficult to see, the unaging, the stable, the undisintegrating, etc. Nibbana, the unafflicted, purity, like these very high terms. And then he says, and I will teach you the destination and the path leading to the destination. What is the destination? The destruction of lust, of biasm, and the destruction of greed, the destruction of hatred, the destruction of delusion. This is the destination. So a release from what the fire sermon is talking about. And what, bhikkhus and bhikkhunis, is the path leading to the destination? Mindfulness directed to the body. This is the path leading to the destination. So it's really helpful to take that in. What is the destination? The destruction of greed, the destruction of hatred, the destruction of delusion. And what is the path? Mindfulness immersed in the body. So this is a really, really important indicator for me, that it's how we relate to our body, how we relate to our senses, that makes them either a springboard for those forces of destruction, for objectification, or for authenticity, truthfulness, freedom. So, and he says, go meditate. This is our instruction to you. So, yeah, so I'll just end with an image because I want to say more at different points about a lot of this. But I'll just end with this image that Ajahn Sucitto brings in his book on the parami, where he talks about that moment where we naturally pause. So say you're stopped by a sunset, or you suddenly hear a bird song and your mind goes, ah, and it pauses with that and it doesn't add anything. Or like for me, sitting on my step with my cup of tea, you know, it's like a moment of like pause. And so like he says, in that moment, it's like the floods have stopped. And we can really taste into that moment. And he talks about a vibrant stillness that is available to us in that moment. And I think we can all know it already in small ways in our experience. And so for me, as we work with the senses, this is what we're learning to foster and explore in a way that we can really open to the senses and we can enjoy, actually, but without adding the clinging or the aversion, without adding to it. And yet there's a path of relationality because we're embodied, there's empathy, there's connection. It opens a whole other path also then of practice, actually, and of freedom, and of working for freedom of suffering within our own being and within the world that we're part of. As we come into our embodied experience, first of all, we have to come into for me, I come into a different way of knowing. It's a less clingy way of knowing than my conceptual mind. It's almost like the body is much more, its way of knowing is much gentler, it's much less clear, it's more intuitive. And so already as we're coming in, we're starting to come into a way of listening that is maybe more open to the unknown, less clinging, more able to notice where a clinging arises, let's say, also. So that's one very strong thing that can happen for me in coming towards a more embodied way of knowing. And within that, for say, as we come into the body, I was thinking about, say, for me, I come into a sense of rhythm, which can be very settling if my mind is agitated, or say, if there's a lot of chaos in the body, as you're saying, Natasha, it can be very settling to come to something that is just very steady, vibrate the breath. And as we do our mind into contact, what our mind is in contact with, it will basically take on those qualities, our more conditioned level of mind. And so if we're always only attending to the chaos with no ground, then our mind is going to go into, it's going to take on that color. Whereas if we can start to guide the kind of attention, that doorway into our that part of our mind, if we can guide it to somewhere steady, it takes on that quality of steadiness. So we get more perspective on the chaos. So that's kind of the conditioned level, if you like, for me. But then what's happening as we're doing that is we're noticing that deeper, larger, spacious aspect of mind also that is deeper than our conditioned mind. It's like the awareness that is actually able to hold and notice these things. So in that, for me, we're starting to touch into the unconditioned, and the unconditioned is holding a meeting. It's going, say it's the conditioned part of our mind is steady enough to be able to allow this more deeper level to be known, to come through. And then we can even start to meet the chaos, you know. So Ajahn Sumedha, he was very much emphasizing the unconditioned, and he would say that can hold anything. And it can. It's like its biggest fear. Blah, blah, blah. But for me, without the link of the body, there's something where our whole system can stay so agitated that it's like we can be perpetuating a kind of disturbed pattern without knowing it, or the coloring of the awareness shifts to one that is unloving, is subtly averse, say. Whereas if it comes with an anchor of the body, there's a safety and a holding in our embodied level that is needed also to be able to sustain attention in a genuinely holding way. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah. So the unconditioned is definitely present, and yet there's a need of our system to be held, and we're learning that we can do that also in guiding our attention. So we're using all of our capacities actually. Yeah. So and that, so another aspect of what the body, coming into the body, does for me is that in that way, in the way that I've just described, it really does transform our perspective, because it's like, well, that which is difficult or that which is painful can become part of our experience to learn from, rather than just being the springboard for aversion, which is part of the transform, or the springboard for control. So say sickness or so many experiences we can have through our embodied lives where we're suffering, you know, and they just become, it's difficult, and so it's difficult to go to it. And yet for me, there's something about being able to meet those experiences from a grounded place, that sometimes there can be an acknowledgement, there's a learning through it. So loss, say grief. Actually, grief has been one of the things that has most deepened my heart in this life, because there's a loss of control, and there's a sense of vulnerability, and not being able to cover it up. Sometimes life does these things where it's like you cannot pull the pieces back together. And in that place, there's a tenderness, and there's a rawness, and there's a need for presence, that then the perspective on it can be transformed, because it's a place of deepening rather than a place of I need to control and get rid of it. Yeah. And coming into the body also, for me, what the body offers is that it's inviting us to come into the more subtle, into the parts of experience that we maybe don't notice, and that actually they're a huge resource for us. So the breath, the soles of the feet, the fingertips, you know, we can be, there's actually a huge well-being in our being that we often don't access because it seems quite neutral. And so there's this invitation to start to look into the subtle, to both hold the difficult, look into the subtle, and also to be able to receive the pleasant. So the Buddha said, you know, if we have no pleasant experience in meditation, the mind's not going to come here. So, you know, that's partly why it's going to be going like, no, you know, I'll go sit on the sofa, thanks, and eat biscuits, which is a short-term fix, you know, but it's like we're working for a long-term benefit. And in that, we need to be having some pleasant experience, so we don't need to demonize it. The problem is the clinging. So, and there can be a very subtle pleasure that comes through coming back into the body, into the breath. And the Buddha knew this. That's what he was, partly why he named those things, I think. Yeah. And then also that as we come into our bodies, we come back more into those cycles of nature. You know, that it's a really classic teaching, isn't it? Like the leaves fall, you know, they go into the ground, they make the trees, and actually our bodies, our beings are part of that cycle. And for me, there's something about giving oneself back into that cycle that helps to receive that which is difficult, that which is painful, loss, or loss of control, suffering, illness. Like to recognize that we're not alone in that, and we can have a certain capacity for care and a certain capacity for healing, and yet we're part of it. We are impermanent, but we're not coming into that from a way like, oh well, sickness is just part of life, you know, or you know, it's not that hardness. It's like we are experiencing ourselves as part of those cycles, and how can I be as fully present and responsive here as is possible? So it doesn't mean when we get sick we don't do anything, but that we also accept our vulnerability. And in that vulnerability, for me, there is a key to both connection and to empathy. Because just as my being suffers, your being suffers, other beings suffer. So there's a path to empathetic connection and a real heartfelt, compassionate wish to not add to harm in this world and to alleviate harm where one can, suffering where one can. That I think that comes through, for me, the embodied experience of connection and giving ourselves back into these cycles that can both mean that we receive support in different ways, maybe from nature or from someone else who's had a similar experience. So I remember when I was experiencing a lot of grief, I read some of the poems of the early nuns, which were rendered, so it's not translated, they're rendered by Matty Weingast. And there was a poem about a mother who had lost her child and was wandering in the wilderness, calling out the child's name. And in the poem, it says, when you're wandering in the wilderness, listen for a voice calling back. It's like you are not, this is part of our existence and we need to meet it as that. So look it in the eye and feel the resource that's there also. So it's a difficult turning round, and yet it's a very deepening, very generous one. So we're both connected and we're also coming into our own being. There's an individuation here at some level, because like your body, I'm looking at Tom, but you know, all of our bodies are different as well, you know, and as much as we're all impermanent and ultimately non-self, it's like there's this little spark here, you know, it's like of this body mind. And how do I come to truthfulness within this body mind? So it's a real sounding board for authenticity as well, for truthfulness, for depth, and allowing what comes through one's own depth to come through. You know, which is really, really important, because we can all contribute to this freedom thing, you know, when we're doing our listening in a true way. So and it can also be, our bodies can be also in that, Natasha's question about the unconditioned, I think they can be a very powerful, our bodies and our senses can be a very powerful springboard to starting to see the play of form and emptiness. Because, and I'll say more about this tomorrow, but like our senses, you know, it's like such an amazing experience actually, that to allow something to arise and cease. Be that a sight, be that a sound, be that a thought, be that a sense impression, to be fully with that as it's arising and noticing it arise and cease. So, and this again, it relates to that, that we are conditioned and unconditioned in this same moment. And we can tune into both in a very full way. And so Ajahn Chah would use this beautiful simile of when our heart is steady and settled and listening, we can start to perceive we're like still flowing water. We're both at the same time. And our thinking mind is just like, what? You know, I can't be still and I can't be flowing at the same time. But our intuitive, our embodied knowing knows it because it's happening all of the time. We're present and our breath is rising and falling. You're hearing my voice. You're listening, and in that my voice is arising and falling. Or, you know, it's like we're all our bodies are, you know, growing and disintegrating right now. You know, it's like, you know, we're shedding skin and hairs and we're breathing and growing, and, you know, and this is actually like really beautiful to contemplate. Yeah, and I'm a bit particular in this way, I have to say. So like I used to be part of an ecological retreat place where we would do really good retreats, and it was all very simple. And so there was compost toilet, and I would often empty the compost toilet, and I'd be like, wow, you know, we bring up these kilos and kilos of shopping for these people, like kilos of shopping, and it's off grid, you know, it was also off grid, so it'd be a lot of hefting, a lot of shopping, and then I'd be like, and then there's this little bucket of poo per day, you know, all of the rest has gone into body and aliveness, and, you know, it's like this amazing phenomena that we are, you know, and we're so interconnected. So body is, I think it allows us to very, very fully participate in both the conditions, the sense of how do I meet the condition from an open and responsive place, rather than these forces of greed, hatred, and delusion. And it can also be a doorway to that recognition of flow, as Hilda was saying, of form and emptiness arising and ceasing, and this process without adding the objectification of like, and so, you know, this is this and this is that, which that exists also, but making space. So yeah, so I think it has a lot, for me, it has a lot to offer, and it's really worth each one of us really, really exploring this in our own way. So, yes. But I'd like to give a guided meditation for those who are interested on the elements, which is another of these practices that can be, it can sound theoretical, and as we start to touch into it, it can be extremely transformative in terms of how we're relating to our being and our connectedness. So thank you, Ud. Thank you for being here. Okay, so finding a posture that is going to support you to be here as well as you can for the next 40 minutes or so. And remembering that this moment of finding a posture is already a moment of our listening, of our coming into an embodied listening. So we're not just plonking ourselves down, right now, mind, get here. It's like taking care. As you're feeling into your posture, noticing just if there are tensions or imbalances that it's possible to release through your attention. Like noticing if you're tightened on one side, or a bit of a jiggle might just help you to find your central column, your spine, your sitting bones equally distributed on either side. Just letting our weight drop towards the earth. And each one of us finding that point of contact that helps to steady and kind of create a pause in the habit patterns of where and how our attention goes. And that might be the breath, it might be bringing our attention to the soles of the feet, the fingertips. It's really consciously remembering these places of rest, of pausing, the way our mind would maybe habitually go off or react. And coming into any sense of well-being, aliveness, vibrancy, warmth that you're finding then. Buddha gave this lovely image of the mind that is able to contemplate. And he said it's like a bath ball that apparently was like a ball of powder. And that you would put oil into this powder so that it became, you could move it this way and that way. You could knead it. It was soft and fluid enough to be able to incline in different ways. And so this is the quality of mind that can help us to contemplate when it's malleable, wieldy, and steady. And so noticing as we come into some place of steadiness, of warmth, of fluidity in our body, our attention may become more fluid, more steady, more able to flow as it needs to flow. Noticing in yourself if it's really helpful to rest in the place where you're finding that steadiness. Or whether you can also stay in touch with it and tune into the contemplations of the elements which I'm about to offer. And either is fine. If you need to just rest in that place of steadiness, you're welcome. But just noticing we may be able to stay with that steadiness and contemplate a little more the elements. As we feel into the weight of our body also, and the way our body touches the earth, noticing the steadiness and the kind of solidity in a way of the earth underneath us. There's a certain firmness to it, a steadiness. As well as an aliveness. Touching that and honoring it. And then as we notice how the earth is touching maybe our legs or our feet or our back, there's that steadiness, solidity, aliveness. This earth element outside. First foundation of mindfulness, there's the on body, there's the invitation to contemplate earth element outside and earth element inside. Feeling into your own solidity, your weightiness as your body rests down towards the earth. Without adding other perceptions, just sensing the steady weightiness, anchoring you towards the earth. Feeling the solidity of your bones, your teeth, your nails. They have these same qualities of steadiness, solidity, and yet aliveness. They're nourished by what the earth gives them, by the solidity in our food that grows in the earth. We're really contemplating that cycle and earth element inside, earth element outside, and where are we so separate? Inquiry to sense into deep connectedness. Thich Nhat Hanh so beautifully said, into being. So what happens when we sense into this connectedness? What happens in our heart? Or we can contemplate the element of water, so water outside. Maybe the water that comes through your tap, or in the rainfall, in the rivers, the moisture in the earth. So we're working in a garden, we know how important water is for the life of the plants. And both contemplating that water outside and its qualities, fluidity, its cohesiveness. The earth holds together when it's wet. Contemplating water element outside and water element inside. So moisture in the mouth, on the eyes, which is fluid within us, our blood, the way our flesh holds together with moisture. And really sense into the water element inside. This is not abstract. And we can't either force our mind, really, inclining it to get to know. Maybe these things that just we haven't noticed, they've been held in a kind of innocent ignorance, just not seeing. And because they're so subtle in some way, and yet so here. The water element outside, water element inside, and contemplating also the pathways between the two. We drink water, we can sense into the connectedness, the nourishment, that we are part of this web of life. And we can honor that in our own being and in this life we're part of. And fire element outside, so that which is warm, the sun. And in the winter we have a fire to warm us. And we cook with fire, with heat. Bringing our attention to that fire element outside. And fire element inside, the warmth of our own body. That is dependent on the warmth outside. The fire of our digestive processes. I've even heard once that aging is a kind of slow, burning up process and drying out. Fire element outside, fire element inside. And where are we so separate? We can turn our attention to the air element. The air around us, the wind maybe, the air that is touching our skin that we're breathing, which vibrates when it moves, the wind. And do we notice the air around us? Maybe we notice the air when it's polluted. When it's simply there and nourishing us, often we don't notice. We can consciously honor, consciously give our attention to this air element outside. And then in the same way, turn our attention to the air element inside. The air that's coming in through our nose, our mouth, into our lungs, into our body, nourishing our being. Body is porous, it takes that in, it vibrates with the energy of the air. So air element outside, air element inside. And where are we so separate? What happens if we can notice and honor this deep connectedness? I also want to notice the element of space. So as we were doing in the first meditation today, noticing the space around the body. But very often we just move through without noticing its openness, its non-pushiness, the way it just receives. And notice the space around our body, between all the objects in the room. How often do we notice this, the space extending out? Vast. There's space outside, space element outside, and space element inside. How often do we notice our own spaciousness? And space in the lungs, space in the windpipe, bones, even we have space. That space, nothing could move. As we feel maybe our heart beating or our blood pulsing, maybe we feel the space around them also. Just welcoming, just receiving. We even have space in ourselves. And sometimes when we're feeling very locked in a certain habit or perception, it can be really helpful to just notice the element of space as an element. A space element outside, space element inside. I might say separate. We're coming into our being and connecting deeply with this larger life that we're woven through. And that is weaving through us. So I'll be quiet for the rest of the meditation, but just noticing if there's any other those elements that is particularly resonant to explore. And how this practice really shifts our relationship and sense of our body. The sense of how we wish to relate in this world. Or if we just need to come back to our point of steadiness, of rest. And let the seeds of the contemplation deepen in their own time. As we come towards the end of the meditation, again, really taking in anything that has felt useful to keep remembering. So this translation of sati or mindfulness is just remembering, returning our mind to new perspectives in our experience. Just remembering. And taking in anything that's helpful to bring with you. Touching again the earth, our steadiness. Wherever we find that, our breath and fingertips and our feet, wherever it may be. And then extending gratitude to your being for bringing your listening, bringing your intention. You explore more deeply this experience of being here. You may be open beyond that which is known. Being willing to maybe see more deeply and start to understand how we get carried off in forces of greed, forces of hatred, forces of delusion. So in that gratitude, maybe feeling also gratitude for the support of these elements and sharing blessings back out into the earth, the water, the fire, the air, the living world that we're part of. And sharing blessings to all beings who are suffering everywhere. And the ways in which we harm ourselves and harm each other. We use ourselves and we use each other. Sharing blessings that we may all see more deeply. Respond from a heart of compassion. Sharing blessings that we support each other in this life. End the meditation there. We are at the end of the session. So thank you all so much for your presence, your practice. And for those who are able to, same time tomorrow. Really, again, thank you for your presence, and we'll see you tomorrow. Hi, welcome. So lovely to see everybody. So people who came yesterday, and people who are joining new today, either as part of the 2-day retreat or as part of the Sunday Sangha. Really lovely that you could join us. And for anybody who's new, who's coming by a Sunday Sangha, or who didn't come to the retreat yesterday, just to say I'm Sumedha. And today's session is part of a kind of two half-day retreat on the theme of coming to our senses. So for anybody who is coming just for the first hour, I'll try and have a part of it that is kind of it's following on from yesterday and developing from yesterday, but also hopefully understandable in itself. So yeah, for anybody who's coming via the Sunday Sangha, if you want to leave after the first hour or hour and 40, you're welcome to do so. And anybody who wants to stay on for the whole session, we'll finish at 12:30 PT Pacific time. And the session will have a break in the middle somewhere. So as well for anyone who's staying for the whole thing. So let's start, I think, with a guided meditation. And then we can do some chanting, and then I'll offer some reflections. So and just as we're starting, also to say that, as I mentioned yesterday, I live in a forest and I'm very lucky to have internet where I am. But if it suddenly drops, I apologize, I'll come back. So I live in the foothills of the Pyrenees, and yes, so it's an interesting setup, lovely setup. So yeah, finding our posture for meditation, which is it very immediately involving coming into our body in a gentle way and feeling out what is the most supportive posture for my mind, my heart, my body, this being to arrive here as fully as possible without being demanding. So sometimes we can think, right, okay, I'm going to go and meditate, and we plonk ourselves down and we set our body in our habitual posture. And we don't really give a lot of care or listening, whereas this is a moment where our body and mind can be gathering already with a caringness to how does my body need to be? Is there balance one side to the other? I really like when I'm sitting to kind of sway a little bit front, back and side to side to find where the spine naturally rises from between the sitting bones. If we're doing that and we're sitting, we can really allow the spine to unfold with all the strength and suppleness that it can have. Or if the spine is painful or isn't able to unfold, really staying with that very gently also, and noticing maybe if there are ways in which the sides can open or the front can open. Our weight can drop. And as I mentioned yesterday, the Buddha talked about 4 postures for meditation. So sitting, standing, walking, lying down. And in this context, we can really feel out what is the most helpful for our being. And even if we're lying down, we can feel where does the spine unfurl as well as it can. How does the weight drop? And then come to the contact with the earth. And bringing our attention, guiding our attention into our body, noticing that we can guide our attention. And just taking the general temperature, noticing if there's a lot of agitation or if there's distress in different places. If there's contractions or if there's ease. If there are places of contraction or agitation, just not adding to that, not judging it, but rather just touching it with the warmth of our attention, the friendliness, and choosing to also then guide our attention to where can I feel some steadiness or some safety. Maybe the feet touching the earth, the breath, the hands touching each other or touching the legs. Or if it's difficult to access, it might be something like the gentleness of the air on the skin. Or it might be a sense of the whole body with just the movement of the breath, the sensation of the contact with the earth. A bit like we're coming into our being and really touching it gently with a sense of where can we find some steadiness, where we can rest our attention. Maybe taking in the slowing down that the rhythm of the breath can show, or the contact with the earth can remind us to slow down into a different kind of time, a different kind of presence. And we're bringing our attention out of the jumpiness or speed of the habitual. That's often very stimulated, particularly in this internet age. And we're learning to stay with softer, more open, slower, and yet very fine way of attending. Very generous way of attending. As we listen into the different possibilities in our body. And then we can start to also notice the fields of our senses. So already you're working with touch. Maybe our eyes are closed, but our capacity for vision, there's still something in the visual field. And most particularly, I want to come to the sense of sound. So in the session yesterday, I was talking about the teaching given to Bahia, which is in the seen, let there be just the seen. And the heard, let there be just the heard. And so on through the senses until the sixth sense of the thinking mind. And the cognized, let there be just the cognized. It's simplicity and non-adding of greed, of aversion, of ignorance. This point of pausing that allows true response. And so just noticing as you're noticing a sound arising, it may be the sound of my voice, or the sound of a bird song, or the sound of a car, or something in your neighborhood. Seeing if you can let your mind be open like the space around our body. Maybe first perceiving the space around your body, how vast that is. Just noticing that a sound as it arises, it literally arises into the space of our awareness. It can arise, we can perceive, and let it cease again. With a richness of contact that isn't adding aversion, isn't adding more wanting. That is maybe awake to the mystery of this arising, ceasing. And yet there's a whole, there's something that happens there too. There's a meaning, or something we perceive. A bit like I often have this image of like a ball very lightly going into the air and just being held for a moment, very fully, and ceasing again, falling again. So we can feel, we can ground, we can open to spaciousness, and we can just notice sound arising, being held for a moment in its fullness and ceasing. Or a sight, if we're visual, if we resonate visually, we might want to open our eyes and just perceive, see if we can openly perceive an object or a colour. Noticing how the mind might, oh, that's beautiful, or that's a that, or I think I'll move that over there. And just pausing those activities, those additions, and being with the presence of what we're perceiving in an alive, open way. A really helpful way of starting to engage with our senses in a way that is very different from the habitual. And we can also include the way our thinking mind works in this. So staying in touch with our groundedness, and spaciousness, seeing if we can notice a thought arising, as a sound would arise or a sight. Thoughts we're habitually much more identified with. Notice the thought arising, notice the space around the thought, the space of awareness that's receiving, the space between the words. And this way we're not pushing away, we can have a fullness of presence with a thought, but from our deeper spaciousness, our deeper awareness. That can notice if what we're adding, how we're creating, maybe a story that is harmful, a story that disconnects us from this groundedness and responsiveness, and rather respond with wisdom to a thought, a thought. Of sense experience. This is just a little taster, but if there's something resonant, then letting your body, mind, being take that in. And remembering you can continue to play and experiment like this. Explore how it is to actually be here in this way. Coming back to ground, to spaciousness. And to our capacity to both receive and pause, appreciate the senses without being led along by aversion or greed or the ignorance which would have us not even notice. We can receive and hold and respond from a much clearer place in our being. We can end the meditation there, bringing this awareness with us as we open our eyes, as we start to engage in different ways. And I think from here we can lead straight into the chanting. So, As many of you know, the practice of chanting is very much part of practice of sacred mountain Sangha. And it is a really beautiful practice to engage in. So if it's new to you, you're welcome to just listen or to join in as you wish to. And I just wanted to mention that at the beginning of the chanting book, which Michael, thank you very much for sharing and putting the link in the chat as well. There are some things that reflect about chanting and about it as an embodied practice and as this practice of pausing. So I just want to pick out a couple of those. So when on the first page, benefits of chanting, yes, so to bring body, mind and heart together, to wholeheartedly align with refuge, to celebrate and embody that, and to feel into the blessing of this larger field we're connecting with of the ancient lineage of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, great masters and dedicated practitioners. And also to unify and compose the body and mind around that which is wholesome, blameless and trustworthy. And this practical and tangible bridge between the subtle dimensions of Dharma and our interactive contact. So this is very in the field of what we're talking about in the retreat. So also with the limited and personal body, speech and mind connected with the unlimited, unbounded, timeless, selfless qualities of heart. And then breathing and sounding through the tissues of the body, the blessings of the Buddha Dharma Sangha. It's pretty good stuff. Invoking protection, healing and blessing for self and other. And then this one is very interesting and very related also to the retreat, using mantra and sacred name to develop Nipa Pancha, which is this ending of proliferation, this noticing of space, the pausing, the capacity to not add in an unconscious way. So the ways that we create suffering, we're able to pause this Nipa Pancha and to contemplate the unmoving in the midst of movements. So this beautiful dance we were talking about yesterday between stillness and flow. And then celebrating with others, as we're doing here, sensing the transformative harmony, selflessness and power of Sangha blessings for all beings. So again, it's giving ourselves back into the larger web. So pretty good stuff. So let's go with some chant. So we'll start with the refuges and the precepts again. And once again, if my sound breaks up, Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sammasambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sammasambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sammasambuddhassa. Buddhaṃ saranam gacchāmi. Dhammāṃ saranam gacchāmi. Sanghāṃ saranam gacchāmi. Dutiyampi Buddhaṃ saranam gacchāmi. Dutiyampi Dhammaṃ saranam gacchāmi. Dutiyampi Sanghāṃ saranam gacchāmi. Tatiyampi Buddhaṃ saranam gacchāmi. Tatiyampi Dhammaṃ saranam gacchāmi. Tatiyampi Sanghāṃ saranam gacchāmi. Anatipata vedamani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. I undertake the training to refrain from intentionally taking life. Adinadana vedamani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. I undertake the training to refrain from taking that which is not given. Kame sumicachara veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. I undertake the training to refrain from misuse of sexuality and the senses. Musawada veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. I undertake the training to refrain from speech that is false, divisive, harsh, and meaningless. Dora meraya maja pamadatana veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. I undertake the training to refrain from intoxication, which leads to carelessness. And then, Michael, if we can scroll down to the 5 subjects for frequent recollection on page 7. Wonderful, thank you. So this is one of the Theravadan teaching chants, which many of you already know. And it's a chant that we used to chant very often in the monastery, and I really came to love it, actually. So although it can sound quite kind of dour, it's this teaching of the heavenly messengers asking us to turn around and actually meet the realities of what is inherent in a life which is where we are not permanent. And yet we have this capacity for presence and to hold and meet and to learn to respond in a wholesome way. So we can do this chant, and then we'll also do another chant on the boundless qualities of heart, which help us to hold these experiences in a wholesome way. So, and please just relate to it from where you are. If you're feeling very sensitive or have an experience that is very close and painful, then please just do what you need to do. There's no insistence to chant, or you can keep tuning into your groundedness if that's what's most helpful. I am of the nature to age, I have not gone beyond aging. I am of the nature to sicken, I have not gone beyond sickness. I am of the nature to die, I have not gone beyond dying. All that is mine, beloved and pleasing, will become otherwise, will become separated from me. I am the owner of my karma, heir to my karma, born of my karma, related to my karma, abide supported by my karma. Whatever karma I shall do, for good or for ill, of that I will be the heir. Thus we should frequently recollect. And then we can go to the 4 boundless qualities. Thank you. Right. So this is another way into Dharma, another way of accessing the depths of our being. The 4 boundless qualities, which is a lovely term in the text that says that we cultivate these via bhavana, which is, there's one translation that said the heart is well made to grow. So we can chant these together and really tune in to that quality coming into our heart and also going back out again into the universe. I will abide, pervading 1/4, with a heart imbued with loving kindness. Likewise the 2nd, likewise the 3rd, likewise the 4th. So above and below, around and everywhere, and to all as to myself. I will abide, pervading the all-encompassing world, with a heart imbued with loving kindness. abundant, exalted, immeasurable, without hostility and without ill will. I will abide, pervading 1/4, with a heart imbued with compassion. Likewise the second, likewise the third, likewise the fourth. So above and below, around and everywhere, and to all as to myself. I will abide, pervading the all-encompassing world, with a heart imbued with compassion, abundant, exalted, immeasurable, without hostility and without ill will. I will abide, pervading 1/4, with a heart imbued with gladness. Likewise the second, likewise the third, likewise the fourth. So above and below, around and everywhere, and to all as to myself. I will abide, pervading the all-encompassing world, with a heart imbued with gladness, abundant, exalted, immeasurable, without hostility and without ill will. I will abide, pervading 1/4, with a heart imbued with equanimity. Likewise the second, likewise the third, likewise the fourth. So above and below, around and everywhere, and to all as to myself. I will abide, pervading the all-encompassing world, with a heart imbued with equanimity, abundant, exalted, immeasurable, without hostility and without ill will. So let's just sit for a couple of minutes with the vibrations of those chants. Feeling how they may resonate in our being. So bringing that quality of presence and our groundedness and our listening in our own being, and the connectedness we're part of. I wanted to offer some more reflections, leading on from what we were sharing yesterday, what we were all sharing yesterday. And I'll try and this will be just the first part of this session, so I'll try and finish these reflections on the hour, and then there'll be more later for anyone who wants to stay on. So the context of this 2 days, as I said, is that we're exploring coming to our senses, and we started off with a very the very real and important kind of warning that is in the Fire Sutta, that is saying that our senses, so eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind, so mind is the sixth sense, thinking mind in Buddhism can be places that are burning with greed, hatred, and delusion, which is a very powerful message, and one which we can see in what's happening in the world, maybe in sometimes our own relationship with the senses. And what I was also pointing to yesterday was that both Bhikkhu Bodhi and Thanissaro in their different ways point to this process of when we are caught in the forces of greed, hatred, and delusion, we're objectifying everything. So we objectify and use our own being, we objectify everything around us, and we just use and consume. And we can in that way oppress and abuse the life that we're part of in a very harmful way. So the fire sermon it's a very important text and warning. And yet, even though it's saying that the senses are burning, there's also this very balancing element in the teachings that says that in a text called the 33 synonyms of Nibbana, and the next verse says the destination that the Buddha is taking us to is the ending of greed, hatred, and delusion, and that mindfulness immersed in the body. So mindfulness immersed in the body is the way of ending these forces. So we were exploring how this can be true a lot yesterday. And there can be many aspects of actually coming into our body experience that helps us come to a sense of rhythm. It helps us come to a slower sense of things, a more present moment sense of things. It can also really shows our vulnerability. And this is partly why it's difficult to access. And so, but through that encouragement to turn around to our vulnerability, so like in the 5 subjects of recollection, in a real way, we actually have to start embodying a deeper awareness and a capacity for truthfulness and holding of that which is difficult in a way that we're not adding harm. We're rather connecting, aligning deeply with life and learning to respond in a way that isn't just impelled by, I want this or I don't want this, or I want to ignore it. So it really takes us into a very powerful place, and also recognizing our own vulnerability and our dependence. We recognize we're part of a whole web of life, a web of resources. So yesterday we also did an elements meditation. And I also emphasize the importance of empathy. So when we recognize we're part of a connected web of life, be that with the elements or with other beings, there's something naturally that wants to create less harm, that wants to relate in an honoring way to this life that we're part of. So it radically reframes how we're relating. And also coming into our body can be a source of very deep insight. And somebody was bringing up yesterday, which is really useful, so are we with the conditioned or the unconditioned? So is body really body can't really be a refuge because it is impermanent. And yet there's something about the way we're invited into it that it's exactly that. As we tune into our body, we start to really have an embodied sense of impermanence that is not just in our mind, because our mind can tell us anything. It's like there's an English comedian, Eddie Izzard, who's very funny. He's like, he recounts all these adventures and then he goes, in my mind. And it's like, yeah, we can do anything in our minds, And I had a lovely incident today where, because I'm working, I need a certain amount of order around me. So I was like, well, okay, it's not my turn to do the washing up, but I'll do the washing up. And then my partner said to me later, he was like, I know I did the washing up in my mind. And I was like, so there's an enormous difference between doing something in the mind and doing something in reality. It's like as we come into the body, there's there's an embodied experience of impermanence that is very different from a concept. And as the Buddha was inviting us into these teachings, he said, you know, there are moments when we're studying, there's moments when we're practicing, and there's moments when we're realizing the truth of something. And Ajahn Chah, and he talked about being Dharma. It's like where that realization of Dharma comes into us. And as we start to, in a very tangible and real and whole being sort of a way, start to recognize our impermanence and our compounded nature, our interdependent, interconnected nature, which happens through the body. It's so important that that is not just a concept that alters the fabric of our being, of our way of perceiving, of our way of wanting to relate. And it can be that the main interest becomes one of how do I find the spaciousness within this flow to be able to respond clearly, not from greed, hatred, and delusion, not adding to the forces of harm in this world. And so that it helps us to come into practice in a way that it's not like we're listening to precepts and saying, oh, I need to follow those, I will do that, which can be a certain level, which is important. It's like we naturally want to relate in a way that is not perpetuating harm to ourselves or to other beings. And the Buddha, actually, he really gave quite an extraordinary example of this process. So, you know, it's like we can be like, well, okay, I want to find some refuge from suffering. And as I say, as we start to come into our body and to hold and really experience the experience of loss or experience the experience of impermanence, we need to tune into a deeper part of our being to do that. So that part of our being that is deeply connected, deeply listening, deeply spacious. And the Buddha did this, you know, according to some of the traditional texts, the Buddha spent lifetimes developing embodied qualities. So like the parami of patience and truthfulness, and wisdom and kindness, to name just a few. It's like, and here we are going, well, I think I'll just, you know, maybe I'll touch into my body a bit, but really, I want to get to the unconditioned really quickly. It's like, well, no, it doesn't work like that, or unless the unconditioned remains a concept. And so somebody was saying yesterday in a really beautiful way, pointing out that dance between, okay, so we recognize the body is not ultimately a refuge, and yet it's our learning vessel in which we're leaning both more deeply into a capacity for presence with the conditioned in a truly responsive way, and we're leaning more deeply into the unconditioned without creating an idea of it. It's like what helps us to hold, helps, and so there's a dance there of both coming more into contact and more open, more letting go. Which is a very beautiful thing to start to tune into. And Ajahn Sucitto, in his book on the Parami, which is a really wonderful book, he points out that not only are there those texts like, you know, so mindfulness immersed in the body is the way to the destination of letting go of greed, hatred, and delusion. He points out that sometimes there's phrases such as touching the deathless, or realizing ultimate truth with the body. And he says, so there's a somatic reference to true knowing. It's not a disembodied experience. And that there's a shift, there's a release that we're feeling, a dawning. So that feels really important. And then I also really love the simplicity of, say, like the meditation, where it's like we can taste that space of like touching, holding, appreciating, and not adding greed, hatred, and delusion. That's a very nourishing place to be. And as we tune into that nourishment, we start to recognize the heart's capacity for response also. So it's not just staying there. It's not just like, okay, well, I don't get my feet wet. But there's something very beautiful about that moment that is important also. And so I came across, I was reading something the other day, and apparently Venerable Shunryu Suzuki, who was a really wonderful teacher, he said at some point, I don't know anything about consciousness. I just want to help people to hear the birds sing. It's like, how beautiful. What a beautiful offering. You know, and I'm sure he knew a lot about consciousness. But that moment of bringing ourselves to the pause. And in this simplicity, in this non-proliferation, the nipapancha that we were talking about at the beginning of the chanting, we touch on like that mystery of, or that is there in the Heart Sutra, of how things are, that form and emptiness, they're kind of, it says form is not different from emptiness, emptiness is not different from form, and things are arising and ceasing, and we can touch them and we can respond, and yet the creation of reality is not something fixed. It's like we're a participant in this flow. And we can do that from our very deep place of listening. So like the place of Kuan Yin, this she who hears the sounds of the world, that very deep place of awareness that it feels like it's innate within us, and it's here in this universe, and we can tune into it. And this shifts our way of being again. And you know, there are reminders in the teachings that like deliverance is the essence of all things. So we move out of the realm of like I like or I don't like, but more into the realm of, as we're holding something, is this harmful, is it non-harmful, and how can I help to release the harm? So it brings a clarity and a truthfulness and a depth of presence that is really important. And we're interested in growth, in our deep growth, and we have the capacity. So again, in his book, Ajahn Stita's got a lovely image for the wisdom that is present in our awareness, and he says wisdom is an innate faculty, it's not just theoretical, and it's like the discernment of a raccoon whose wise paws can distinguish between a rock and a clam. Like, how does that happen? That's miraculous. And we have this capacity to discern as we're listening between what is really for deep long-term well-being of ourselves and others, and what we may need to let go of or evolve through or grow through. And we hold ourselves in this process with our embodiment, our grounding, our tuning into the deep resource that can come through that. The deeper life that we're part of. We hold ourselves in that process, and we're willing to grow, and there's a beauty in this. So, you know, one of the very famous ways of describing the path is that it's beautiful in the beginning, beautiful in the middle, beautiful in the end. And this isn't like in a facile sense of beauty. It's like we're willing to look into the places that are difficult and to try and release greed, hatred, and delusion. And as we're doing this, we can be very nourished actually by our senses as we're learning to relate to them in this much clearer way, a more connected way. And so just to quote John O'Donoghue on beauty, which many of you know, I love this Irish philosopher. And he says, where beauty is, I think, beauty isn't all just about nice loveliness. Beauty is about more rounded, substantial becoming. And I think when we cross a new threshold, so in this learning within us, as we cross a new threshold, if we cross worthily, what we do is heal the patterns of repetition that were in us that had us caught somewhere. And in our crossing, then we cross onto new ground where we just don't repeat what we've been through in the last place we were. So I think beauty in that sense is about an emerging fullness, a greater sense of grace and elegance, a deeper sense of depth, and also a kind of homecoming for the enriched memory of your unfolding life. And then also like James Baldwin says on love, he talks about love not as a state of being or a state of grace or as looking just for like easy happiness. He talks about the tough and universal quest of daring and growth. And so as we're relating to our body and learning to listen to our senses in a deeper, clearer way, this takes us through territories where we're having to cross thresholds. We're having to grow, but we keep tuning into maybe the resource embodiment gives us, or the way it's asking us to meet impermanence. And so we come to these more truly embodied knowings that then affect our responsiveness to our own being and to the life that we're part of. And so I'll just finish with like what I find to be a very strong encouragement from Ajahn Chah, which is this is not a place that is so far away. So very often we imagine that like the unconditioned or that place of listening, that place of awareness is very far away. But Ajahn Sumedha, my teacher, one of my teachers, he used to say, you know, without awareness, you couldn't open the door. Like you just need to notice it. It's like, you know, and it's like, oh, so when we're doing walking meditation, it's the tangible, it's the embodied, it's the grounded, it's the connected with the earth, and it's this bigger awareness. It's all in this moment. And our thinking mind just can't deal with that. It's like, well, is it this or is it that? Like, well, it's all of it. It's like it's all here for the party, and let the richness come in. So Ajahn Chah, he said, this one, each in our own being, is capable of knowing the truth of nature. If the mind still has obstructions, then we say it knows through ignorance. It knows wrongly and it sees wrongly. Knowing wrongly and seeing wrongly, or knowing and seeing rightly, it's just a single awareness. We say wrong view and right view, but it's just one thing. Right and wrong both arise from this one place. When there is wrong knowledge, we say that ignorance conceals the truth. When there is wrong knowledge, there is wrong view, wrong intention, all the rest, everything is wrong. And on the other hand, the path of right practice is born in this very same place. So it's like there's just the shifting into how can we come to a place where we're starting to recognize the patterns that are causing harm, and how do we clear the ground and rest. And a lot of this can actually come through a practice with our body, with our senses, when we learn to maybe approach them in the way that it's like with spaciousness, with connectedness, with genuine listening. So I hope there's something helpful in there. If there is, then keep contemplating in your being, seeing how it comes through real in your being. And anything that isn't, let it appear. So maybe I'll say a few things that I wanted to say, and I might weave in some reflections around what you've also shared. And first of all, I just want to say I really, really liked what you said, John, that it basically implies work. Yes. It's like, I mean, it implies like both resting, both this wonderful capacity to rest, and it implies work. It implies as, you know, as different people are saying, it involves us being aware of what we're actually bringing through our formation and where we're coming from. And that doesn't always mean it means sometimes making boundaries and, you know, finding out what feels like truly aligned behavior. So I really, really appreciate your reflections. And so for me, like as I come into the question of how do we access this embodied practice, I just want to recognize again that it's not an easy one. It does involve work, and it does involve us meeting that which is difficult, or our reactivity, or our tendency, as you were also noticing, Tom, to like we just don't like the neutral. So it's asking us to go further. It's asking us to really, really take an interest. And as many of you were saying yesterday, this is a really here and now practice. So this is one of the ways in for me, is just a reminder, like, okay, how is it now? As I think Sheena was saying, how is it now? And that in the key for me in that is that as we give our attention, that experience, even if it's neutral, can deepen. So if it's pleasant, we can notice the tendency to grasp. If it's unpleasant, we can notice the tendency to come away in an unreflective way. And if it's neutral, we just tend to not be very interested. Whereas, as many of you know, I think the neutral is a really, really interesting place to explore. And embodied practice asks us to do this because, say, I know for myself, like say the soles of the feet have been really helpful in terms of coming into my body, or even the breath, which is a subtler experience than our very rapid mind or our planning mind, as Sheila was also saying, that mind which is organizing, planning, which is useful in its place, but when it's making us miss out the quality of an experience, which is also touching on what you were saying, Sheena, it's like we're not touching into our gifts in a way. And there's a very, very beautiful passage in a sutta called the Chula Vedala Sutta, where which I've spoken about before, where I love it, really excites me, where it's I think it's the nun Damadina, and she's being questioned by her ex-husband on, what is beyond the different feelings, pleasant, unpleasant, and neutral. And beyond unpleasant feeling, essentially there can be clear seeing. And so for me, this is the invitation, say, as we come into our breath, it's like, can we feel into the aliveness that's here, the presence that's here, the flow that's here? And how does that affect our being in a wholesome way? And that's through accessing feelings that are usually pretty subtle. And so we just take them as like, oh, well, I'm not going to look into that. But if we do look into it, there's a huge resource that connects us with like the alive embodied network of life, that then we may be willing to turn our mind to other experiences that we're ignoring, like something which is uncomfortable, we're covering it with ignorance. So say a feeling that we don't want to feel, or a perception, say, so for me, like when I was a young teenager, I really turned my mind to the animal, the way animals are used actually for our food, and the way that they're treated. And I really put my mind there, and it was uncomfortable, but it had a very profound effect on my life. So then it's like, well, actually, I don't want to support that. So we find what feels ethically aligned for ourselves through sometimes coming into our ground, and then being willing to put our mind in those places that are uncomfortable, which all of you have been talking about in your different ways. And yet it can start from something as simple as, okay, how do I ground in this body? Where is there a place that feels reasonably steady? And often that's underneath a neutral experience when we really explore. There's this lovely phrase from Mary Oliver where she says, attention is the beginning of devotion. It's not a report. It's like a felt connection. And so we're doing that within our own being, and then in this world that we're part of. And as we do this, we can be using so the thinking mind, which is part of the senses, we can actually use it in service of our practice. Like when we did the elements meditation yesterday, we're using our thinking mind. We're directing our attention. We're contemplating deeply, and that's taking us to a deeper layer than our thinking mind. But there's a doorway there. There's a doorway that we're using and so we learn from that, and we engage and we respond differently. And for me, I find one thing that really helps me to explore in this way is also exploring different ways of perceiving the world, exploring different ways of understanding. So that maybe question our habitual perceptions. So like for me, I really love books and teachings that are more linked with nature. So I've recently been reading Braiding Sweetgrass, that I'm sure many of you know, and just the entirely different relationality that goes on. And so the field of perception is different. And there's another lovely book, Spell of the Sensuous by David Abrams, where it's a bit dense, but as Michael can attest, but he talks about the mutuality of perception, that when we're open, basically we're much more open to receive the life as it's presenting itself to us. And so we can really explore and play with that. Or how poetry can come into our mind in a way that helps us to open, say, because it's speaking a different language. So we can use teachings, we can use practices, we can turn our mind, contemplate. And in this, we're finding out what is resonant, which is where the body for me is so powerful, because it's like a sounding drum. It's like, it's going to tell me if I'm misaligned, if I'm really listening and connected. And so there's this radical willingness to see, which I think John was also talking about. All of you have been talking about. And there's a certain truthfulness in this. And as there's this truthfulness, like Ajahn Sucitto says, that only truthfulness will return our mind to the home of awareness. So as we're listening as clearly as we can, for me, it's like that's what's going to help us to deepen. And our understanding will evolve and change, as all of you were saying yesterday. So truthfulness being another way in for me. And then for me, I also really like the doorway of wonder. So, you know, it's like in the Bahia Sutra, it says in the scene, just the scene. And in the fire sermon, it says, you know, it's like it's all burning. And it can be. But if it's not burning with greed, hatred, and delusion, you can go like, wow. The fact that one can see or speak or hear, and how lovely what Durton was saying about letting the sights come to us. It's like, how different is that? That's really beautiful as a sharing. And how sometimes as we lose capacity, we can experience that as a loss. And sometimes it also opens our deeper understandings and deeper capacities. So there's also, it's making me think of this book, I think it's called And There Was Light, by a French author, Jacques Lucéan. And it's I haven't read it, but I've read passages of it. And it's a young boy who is blind, and his parents don't treat it like there's something wrong with him. And so he grows up feeling like pretty safe and held. And he senses, like he has almost a visual sense of the trees as he's walking down the road. He can sense them. And so like, sometimes as we're losing capacities, that way of also interest, and yes, maybe grieving the loss, recognizing the change, and yet what does it open? Like Michael was saying yesterday, the changing relationship to our body can actually deepen our anchor somehow. So that's also a way in for me. And it was, I really like in the early teachings, there's this image of the first, it said that I think Kondanya was said to be the first disciple to really realize the truth of impermanence. And I hope I have this right. I remember hearing a talk where the Buddha held up a flower, and the Buddha and Kondanya just recognized like the flow of impermanence in that flower, you know. And but for me, there's a certain like, wow, you know, these things manifest and they dissolve. They manifest and they dissolve. And most often we notice our senses if one of them is failing. But we may recognize the kind of miracle that's happening through us. Oh, thank you, Michael. That's great. There was light memoir in the chat. We may recognize as they're changing, as they're also here, as they're fading, we recognize the aliveness in that. And there's a certain wonder in that for me can really help in the midst of a difficult experience to still stay fresh from it. And then in terms of work, I think it's really important to take seriously, as I said, the fire sermon, and take seriously our dismay at the level at which we can live life in a very empty way, in a very way in which we objectify and we consume, and that isn't deeply meaningful. And so sometimes we abuse our own bodies, sometimes we abuse others, sometimes we get into addictions which fill that gap of like meaninglessness. And all of that, it's like, I don't want to blame it, but it's like, actually, we need to take seriously that sense of this isn't working. There's something that is not working, you know. And so I went to the monastery when I was like 24. So, but I'd had the sense that this isn't working for quite a long time before that. This is not working for me. And I'd really tried. I really tried. I really didn't want to go to the monastery. I was like, you know, I'll get a new job and I'll get a new place to live and I'll do this and I'll do that. It's like, it's not working. And actually, when I got my degree, I'd studied like mad. I did comparative religion, and I got my first class degree, and I had this feeling of like, oops, so what? You know, it was pretty demoralizing. And you know, and for me, it was really important at that point to take seriously, I need something more. I need something more in my life. And so the Buddha talks about this, that when we start to realize that the level at which we habitually play with the senses, where it's all about following what we want and getting rid of what we don't want, and, you know, the way that our culture teaches us, as you were saying, Sheila, also to organize and plan and get and construct and, you know, succeed and to it's like, if we're sensing that as not meaningful, I think we do need to take that seriously. And the Buddha talked about the experience of urgency that can come with that. That is an embodied sense as well. It's like, actually, I need to do something different. And he talked about, yeah, that sense of meaninglessness that can come. And he talked about, actually, as Tanisro Bhikkhu talks about the sense of urgency, he talks about how we can touch that sense of meaningless, and then the sense of our complicity, actually, in maybe creating conditions or participating in things that are not meaningful to us. And then, but then what is really wholesome that can arise is a sense of like a way of looking for another way. And in the teachings, the sense of urgency is often linked with another word, pasada, which is like we're looking for this quality of trust that we can find another way that is not futile, that is not meaningless, that is deepening a sense of wisdom and compassion in our lives. And this, for me, is part of what embodied practice can help us to do, and what certainly brought me to embodied practice, because I went for a long time with spiritual concepts. So just prior to my this isn't working experience at university. I'd spent 3 years studying spirituality. And it was like, oh, this isn't working because I wasn't embodying any of it, or wasn't embodying much of it. I was very diligent, but it was very, it wasn't, I wasn't allowing it in a certain way. And so there was that sense of I need to go deeper in my body. And I think as we do this and we live through experiences of grief, of loss, of how do I want to be in this world, we actually touch a very deep place of awareness in our being and of compassion there. And of contentment, also, not complacency, but of the capacity to know that we can find places of nourishment, which is going to help us to re-meet, as each one of you has been saying, the work of right speech, right action, right livelihood. So it's not complacency, but the capacity to have some contentment goes deeply against the grain of the world that is, or certain cultures at least, certainly Western culture, that wants us to keep getting more, going faster, succeeding, including in spiritual practice. So this is really, really important. And in that contentment, there's then a care for me. So this is also both a doorway into and an implication of embodied practice. Finding spaciousness is another way in. So as Tom was saying, with that deluge of whoa, it's like if there's loads of sound, for instance, for me, I can get very overwhelmed by a sound. And I have to really notice the spaciousness in the visual field, the spaciousness if you're in a difficult conversation and you're getting very triggered, notice the spaciousness around the body, around the words, around it's like that for me really, really helps. So, and then the last thing I want to say, which is a rather large thing, is related to what John was saying about work. So all of these things for me are like everything we've been talking about are doorways into embodied practice, and they're always also doorways that lead out. They have implications, and so we need to keep, for me, involving our body and our relationality in an ongoing way in our practice. And as all of you have said, the Buddha talked about the Noble Eightfold Path, for instance. It's like this wasn't a disembodied teaching. This was like, how do we bring this presence through our speech, through our actions, and into our ethics? And it's like, as we come into our embodied knowing, I think there can be such a shift in our way of being that this asks us to respond. And so there's the personal path of right speech, right action. And there can also be a sense of, as we come through our embodied level, we can be joining forces with the powers that are supporting us. Like the way that if we honor the earth is there for us to help us to ground. If we honor the forces of listening in the universe and listening in our own being, that's going to be there more for us as we respond. And as some of you have heard me say before, so that shift, how we want to relate and how we relate also to power. So Joanna Macy, who's an ecological activist who I really deeply love her work, and she talks about developing power with. So sometimes when we think about right speech, right action, we can feel pretty alone in that, me and my discernment, and actually she talks about power with in a way that we're acting from that basis of deep connectedness, which may be a different sense of self also. When we recognize we're part of this earth, we're part of each other, that alters our sense of self. And we're working in a power with, in a way that she says it involves an openness to our environment. It involves openness to our context and to other people. And it says, and she says it's the capacity to act in ways that increase the sum total of one's conscious participation in life. So this isn't power over. It's almost like, how do we deep down, dig in, connect, and come through with something that is not only ours, but which we're helping life to unfold in a way in which there's less harm, which is a really different model, and very powerful. And that relates to really the last thing, which is just really affirming what many of you have said, but which is that we can be touching into that spaciousness, into the awareness, into the very deep knowing, into that kind of less conditioned way of being that is really, really important. And we can partly do that through how we meet our senses, as I hope you've been experiencing in the sessions. So with that sense of spaciousness, consciously noticing the element. So the embodied practice kind of takes us into that place of less conditioned way of being with the senses, more responsive. And then we have to bring that back into our embodied realm. And I wanted to read a quote from Bhikkhu Bodhi in a very recent article in Buddhist Inquiry, where it's a tiny bit long, but not too long. So he talks about Dharma as something that evolves. So it's not a timeless, changeless thing, but it's going to come through our beings, which I really love. From that deep root in a particular, it's going to be your particular plant kind of thing. He says, like, generally, as I now look at our global situation, I think we can distinguish three major domains of human life. One is the transcendent domain, the sphere of enlightenment and liberation, the realization of nirvanic peace and freedom, which is the aspiration for classical Buddhism. The second is the social domain, which includes interpersonal ethics, as well as our political, social, and economic policies and modes of organization. And the third is the natural domain, which includes our physical bodies, other sentient beings, and the natural environment. From my present viewpoint, a spirituality that privileges the transcendent, so goes only to the unconditioned, and devalues the social and natural domains, or sees them best as stepping stones. So, okay, I'll come into my body as long as it will take me to the transcendent. It's like, we make those deals rather than like really opening to the paradox of the kind of way the conditioned and the unconditioned can fruitfully meet. So from my present viewpoint, a spirituality that privileges the transcendent or devalues the social and natural domains, or sees them at best as stepping stones to higher realization, is inadequate for our current needs. As I see it, our collective future calls for an integral type of spirituality that can integrate the three domains of human life. This means that under the impetus of love and compassion, we must bring the wisdom gained from our insights, so all of your insights, into the transcendent, back into the world, to transform and refashion the social and natural domains in ways governed by transcendent realization, or at least by the principles implied by that. In the social domain, we must strive for models of governance embodying justice, equity, compassion, and shared prosperity. In the natural domain, we must learn to respect the intrinsic value of nature, treat other living beings with care and reverence, and ensure that the natural world preserves its self-regenerating capacities so that future generations can inherit a supportive and thriving planet. So this is Bhikkhu Bodhi, the one who's translated all the classical texts. And I just find this like really beautiful and heartening. So he's talking about, and for me, what he's talking about, that kind of understanding and wish to act in that way comes through embodied knowing. So when we're in the concepts of Buddhism, or the concepts of impermanence, or the concepts of form and emptiness, that can all seem kind of like, it's all very nice in theory. And then there is the work of finding out, well, why does that make sense? It's because our body is the sounding board. It's a drum for our connectivity. It's a drum for the capacity to feel with. So that lovely word, anukampa, that is sometimes used, but with compassion, like to vibrate with. And then once we have the spaciousness to relate and listen, even through our senses, in a clear way, I think we can bring our wisdom. So as John was saying, our wisdom that is like in the service of compassion, it's for the ending of suffering. So sometimes that means making a boundary. Sometimes it means like finding rest, as Sheila was saying, looking at those patterns of mind. So yeah, I think there are a lot of doorways in and a lot of implications that can very deeply transform our perspective on ourselves, on the feelings that may be arising within us, on how we're relating to those, and on how we perceive the world, how we experience ourselves as part of this world, and our spiritual practice potentially as very vitally linked with that, rather than, you know, well, I'll deal with that bit and my spirituality somewhere else. It's like, no, they're meeting, they're melding. And actually, one of the reasons I left the monastery was that I loved it so much. It was like, this is so nice having such supportive conditions for practice, you know. It's like, and it was really wonderful. And, you know, there was the patriarchy, which was like a great flashing, you know, it's like, well, how is this happening? You know, is there room to question it? Da, 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 da. But it became very clear for me that I needed to be able to hold my awareness, or to find how to ground, to find how to embody in conditions that were not so, where I wasn't so at ease, actually, in a certain way. So we can have a very deep call in this way, and it's not so that we need resource as well, and our body brings us resource. So for me, there's a lot of pacing, you know, of like resource, deepen, engage, that we learn our own rhythm. So okay, all right, well, why don't we just sit quietly together, and I'd really encourage you to feel into anything in the retreat that has been resonant, anything that is helpful. And as we establish our presence, just like reaffirming our intention to support those things in our life. So letting our meditation take the form that it needs to, maybe with some of what has come in from this retreat. As we sit in silence together, also just connecting in with our own being and connecting in gratitude with the others who are here in this path of listening. And we'll sit for maybe 25 minutes. So we're coming to the end of the meditation and of these sessions together. Really are acknowledging and honoring the listening in one's own heart. And one's aspiration or intention or inclination to explore coming underneath the forces of greed, hatred, and delusion, and to explore what freedom may mean in this embodiment, in all its vulnerability and connectedness and resource. And as we tune into that resource, we can really share blessings from our being back out into this world that we're part of. Back out into the earth, into the air, the water, the space, time. Back out towards the many living beings that we share this life with. Holding deeply the intention to release the forces of objectification, oppression, greed, hatred, and delusion that mindfulness immersed in the body can help us to realize. And sharing blessings through our heart, through our mind, through our being, our embodiment. Maybe we can do a chant, so a very simple mantra, which is do the mantra of Prajna Paramita. Who is said to be the perfection of wisdom, and whose mantra is found at the end of the Heart Sutra. So it's said to be the supreme mantra in this sutra, which talks about form is not different to emptiness, emptiness is not different to form. This paradox we can contemplate deeply and come to wise understanding of. And we can invoke the help of Prajna Paramita in this mantra, that the translation is gone, gone, gone beyond, beyond the beyond to awakening. And we can feel the resonance in our bodies in this paradox. So I'll put it in the chat, the mantra, so that you can join in. Gate, gate, paragate, parasangate, bodhiswaha. Gate, gate, paragate, Parasangate Bodhiswaha Gate Gate Paragate Parasangate Bodhiswaha. So we're almost at the end of this arising. So really many blessings for your presence, for being here. And yeah, and just to say for me personally, this has been, yeah, for me, retreats are always like a coming together of all of our energies. And I really feel that each one of you has brought yourselves like in a beautiful way, and your offerings I've deeply appreciated, like, and how they've landed in my heart and how they nourish me as well. So we're part of this growing, evolving, ceasing thing together. So yeah, really thank you for that. And yeah, and so we can end, and we'll see. I'm sure our paths will keep crossing somehow. So yeah, please go well, take care, continue your practice, and yeah, thank you.